Hello, welcome to what could be the finale. I'm not sure if it will be, because I don't know how long is left of this game. We're on to trial part 4, and there's still lots of things which haven't come up yet, and lots of things which we are yet to deal with, such as list, the broken lamp. We are just about to find out what's in the small box. We still don't actually know what's the deal with the disc, or the deal with Gregson's other case and what it's about. I'm going all in, right? I think Mason's missing button is gonna be like one of those like final things that just comes up at the end. Like, yeah, he has no button though, so I must be right, sort of thing. Um, we've yet, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this game's finale will be. Like, what is going to be that moment of like, this is the thing that makes it the finale, the incredible moment, right? Like, I feel like Van Zykes is yet to have a few moments. Yet Van Zykes, there's going to be a few Van Zykes beats, and there's also always got to be like the final evidence section. I'm really curious to see what happens, and we still haven't had Strongheart come into it much, or such like. And what is the relevance of the manuscript? How is that case gonna come into? How is that relevant at all? All these questions, and yet potentially only one part left to answer them all. Although now that I think about it, maybe there are two more parts. Maybe there is a trial part 5, which sounds daunting, but I suppose the only way to find out is to play the game. That isn't strictly true. There are lots of other ways for me to find out other than playing the game. But playing the game is how I'm gonna do it. I'm pretty sure I'm here to play the game. Yeah, not read the wiki or any other strange alternative way. Oh, whatever. Play the game. Make sure the stream is healthy. Yep, it appears to be. All good. So yeah, last time I accidentally started playing the bit where they look in the box, but I didn't look. And I haven't watched that stream back, so let's go.
Judge voice, there. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGildy 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. It has to be a disc player, and it is. Okay.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windybanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
This handwriting looks too fancy to be the handwriting of the brickmaker. And yet, from what we're saying, it has to be his handwriting, right? Unless, I think maybe that the brickmaker got his hands on the disc through some means and was using it to blackmail McGilded, maybe. Like, intercepted... I don't know. It's very hard to say. I believe the answer to that will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Maybe it's going to be like Morse code or something? How do you do Morse code on a music disc?
Hold it! Hold it! Why, my lord? Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the sombre atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection! This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Prosecution has no objection.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property and... But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Ah. No further delays, please. Play the disc.
There's going to be another obstacle here. It's not going to become clear straight away. Oh, I know Morse code. I can figure this out. Let me know. So the high note, and there's a high note and a low note, which is a dot and a dash. It's too fast. I'm not that good at Morse code. I've never actually used it. I just know, like, 50% of the letters. Does that count as knowing Morse code? E. I can't be asked to sit here and work this out. I'm sure it actually is the message. Maybe I'll watch it in post and have fun with my Morse code app. So let me get my Morse code app up. It's just too fast. My brain is not built for it.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same notes playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Hmm. Mr. Graydon.
This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues.
Objection! It's very obvious that it's Morse code.
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? This music emanating from the music box, possibly be a new clue. Yes. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good Lord! But how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside them has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Bum, bum, bum. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case? It's the defence's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean that sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said that. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Hey, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Rono.
Oh yeah, he needs to have a scene too. He needs to like show up and be like,
Oh, I have the final piece of evidence, my fellows.
objection. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they're not, why don't you tell us what they are? I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
Rono, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. How does this work? This is not... I don't know how to use this translator. It must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Come on. Ah! Can it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something's just struck me, Rono. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Joe number 5's little thingy. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all. Then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to a single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc are... I don't have a Morse code thing, do I? Anything to do with Morse code, please? Anything Morse code related, please? It could be that. I think it could be that. I think it is that, because what else could it be? It's the government secrets. On a... yeah. Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pickpurse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir. Oh, well, whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that this music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Order, order. Please, everyone, order. But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it was found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
then the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if he got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
In response to the defence's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection! Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offence, for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Hold it!
Yeah, God, let's have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Sungalkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin. Well, we ain't baddies enough to sell out the motherland. Our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal a confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with the Gilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to.
If we'd known there was some dodgy government secrets involved, we would never have even touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. or do, Gov, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime, that on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. Quiet and down, please. Now, what do you want to say to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You've never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about getting the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Gosh. Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence.
There's going to be something on it, maybe, that's going to help us. If we can prove he moved it, or he touched it, or he knows something about this thing.
Ooh. What is it, Rono?
I've just noticed something about this music box.
It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Maybe he turned it over.
Alright then, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
Oh, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
Oh, so we need the second disc. He took the second disc. We have Sholmes' copy of the first disc, but maybe that's it. Maybe we're gonna bluff him with that. Maybe like it's gonna be a Tigray where we're like, hey, look, Graydon, I got the second disc. They're linked.
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Good job I didn't try and decode the message then, because it seems like to reveal the message you need the second disc. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the Perlo. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. This comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. See how the gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windy Banks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Who'd have thought there was a second movement on the underside of the box?
This movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement only produces a single tone, like the other one. And maybe one's for the dots and the other's for the dashes?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Right. Oh, I need to update the evidence. Oh. Maybe now that we've examined that one, we can... Okay. This is useless. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just complete conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiations Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill did.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
Ashley Graydon, Mason... I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Yeah, maybe get them to tell us what he did with the box. Hold it. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted.
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work could never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something! Stop!
Let me guess. You're number 5.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. There you go.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees can possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. I'll say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher-cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate if you keep your mouth shut. You should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it.
They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson? Here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct notes.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is an A.
Yes, it's like apple.
This is a B.
How do you remember B? Bottle a bit. Bottle a bit.
But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you hear only one tone, don't you?
I swear there's 2 tones. Maybe my ears are just terrible. Da 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 da. Maybe I'm going insane. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing more than a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future.
Ugh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Objection! Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. What do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Ah! There we go.
Oh, what is it, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh, come on, I've just read this. Oh wait, I just need to press R. I'm so bad. I don't know how to press R, dude. Oh. Take that! Got it!
Gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box.
What? It appears, my lord, that 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dosh, dot, dosh, a short dosh and a long dat. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. So that whole testimony was a dud. Is it not going to continue?
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over their disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Oh, exactly, but I have nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. Haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument some more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
However, as the defense has just demonstrated, the music box is able to play a second disc simultaneously. Which means there's a possibility the device could in fact have been used to produce Morse code. Objection! My Nipponese friend forces me to repeat myself. The courtroom is no place for mere possibilities. Present the second disc of which you speak, or your argument is dead in the water. I just can't do that at this time. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. AG. So, as my learned friend appears to be persisting with this line of argument, I presume the defense is able to show a connection between the brickmaker and this witness. He's got me. I have to find a decisive piece of evidence here, or it's all over. Oh, the blood, and no, that doesn't connect him to it. Wait, yes it does. One gentleman's overcoat, the blood, but we have to again rely on Sholmes' bullshit, which is not going to go down well. Hold it! So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? He wouldn't. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. Only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it! Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
Sit there. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for an hour after all them years. But the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Ah, yes?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Let's say Graydon's an old China.
Enough. Why don't you baddies desist with the fiction? Obviously, I don't know these men from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery.
Well, that's blown me nice, isn't it? You little turncoat. Fine, if that's how you want it, so you can play that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before, either. Don't know him from Adam. Never spoken to him before in my life. Never seen him. Never, Nash, never. Good grief. Such a blatant lie will not stand in my courtroom. Well, all I'll say is this.
Hold it! So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windybank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, You said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windybanks all along, weren't you?
We were, Guff, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan.
And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windybanks that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Bink, bink. Is there another link other than this? Maybe the cat? If it's his cat, he is screwed. Mason Milverton. Milverton. Ashley Graydon. Mason Milverton. The fact that his name hasn't been told to us since the whole game, just for it to appear in this Susato's notes, makes it feel like it might be relevant. Or it is relevant, rather. Because we've been calling him Thrice Fired Mason the whole game. If it's his gun, that would help. Or his stereo, no, that would help. Hold it! He only speaks for one line, so going slowly so I don't miss it. Yes, got it. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Well, that was weird. Is something wrong, Mr. Skalkin?
Hey?
Hey! No, the other Mr. Skalkin.
What? Oh, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, well, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. What, he used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now in his fancy whistling flute, and you wouldn't add him an even. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
That's so.
But he was always a dearie one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas that what would never have gone through our heads. God, blimey. Ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skalkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezers asked us a question, didn't they? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you down on your trip down memory lane. Can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
No, I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes. My lord!
Yes, Counsellor.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, Counsel.
If I was Shu Takumi, I would have Van Zykes ask why, and then us copy Kazuma's line from Trial 1. What was it? It was like, that will become clear in due time, or whatever.
I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulking's never salted.
Hold it! I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate on on what? I mean, I know it's going to be this, but I kind of want to see what they say. Because I love dialogue. So, how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you full again, right? And we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
God, Benny, you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Now, what we had was simple once we had the idea. We'd just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books.
Ah.
It does alright.
I think you meant to say it didn't. And that's a crime.
It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him who come up with the idea. That's just the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when he was growing up. Said he was going to get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Oh, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think it. But look at him now. He's only got to become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Shimes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. That was a fun little line there at the end with Iris. Hold it! Yeah, I would have missed out on that all of that dialogue if I'd have clicked the right thing. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved.
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That is...
Hold it. Enough of this. Well, it's because their name's Milverton. What's that? What do they call themselves? Skulkin instead of Milverton. They just... No, I don't know. Hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? Objection. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only of the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah. His old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. They took the name Graydon, they'd say. That will always be Milverton to us.
Ah, Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all buncombe. I've been a Graydon ever since I was born. Do you really think that you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes. Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And it could turn out to could turn out to be extremely important. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's a really nice connection. I like that. We've had he's now had 2 pseudonyms. Well, it's not really a pseudonym, I guess, but I want to present the connection, and I guess here's the right place to do it. Maybe I'll just press it again. Maybe? This seems like a stretch. So, how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see?
Oh my god, no. I can't skip it, and I've already read it all. This is one of the few things in this game which I think, an extra month of, testing and sort of just, yeah. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Oh, we just have to find the part where he says he's not connected to the victim. There we go. I figured it out. There we go. Objection!
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, Counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? What do you mean to say? Saints alive!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history would have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena the records. Grr. The truth is you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skalkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Why, I never know nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, I love how many, random, tricks come together. We're using a stereoscopic image to show that the music box, with 2 sides, plays music box discs with Morse code. The intruders of the pawnbrokery touched 1 item, and 1 item alone, the music box.
A rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that 1 article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was so desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Yeah. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in the Windybanks pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there, under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noted, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. That is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms that we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness.
That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Grr.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it!
Hold it. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What? Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What?
Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. This can't be the last testimony. This isn't the last testimony. It can't be. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Objection. Oh no, I only have my memory to go off. Wait, no I don't. The police took her into custody. They should know themselves. Ah, but Gregson isn't going to help me here, is he? Then she tossed that gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. How did she end up with Windybank's gun in her hand?
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Your claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
Truth?
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, he was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. How so? There's no blood coming out of his back. And what coat is he talking about? Is he talking about the coat she was wearing, the brown coat? That had blood on it, but it was Mason's blood. Obviously, again, we can't rely on Sholmes' bullshit. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbour vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Well, of course it can, but I'm not going to be able to wiggle my way out of that one. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical and reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with air chemicals... Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Jenny. I'm gonna shoot. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defence objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Trykes, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defence may proceed with the cross-examination.
You might as well have just came forth and said there is. Gina will be... Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counter.
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, or I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay, no. It is easier for us to go off the fact that the two bloods are the different colours than it is to say
Graydon's blood was the same color as the green blood on the frame, right? Like when we used Herlock's technique before, Van Zyke spoke up like, "Good luck proving that no one else in the world will have their blood turn green." Yeah? But this time, the problem is that the colors are different, not the same. So it's not like he can say, "Oh, well, they could still be the same blood." I mean, I guess he could, like, could still be the same blood. Maybe some other weird nonsense is interfering with this test. But I feel like that's much more credible than the same colour. Well, these ruffians. Oh, bloody hell.
Hold it!
Hold it! Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring over the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
Oh, I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
These the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
Oh, I was trying to help me, little gruff, but the old geezer choked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that so made him scarper. A pair of you setting upon the poor, defenceless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I thought it was Ringo who got shoved over the counter.
Hold it!
Hold it! You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realise what had happened, of course. Things crashed into the floor from the counters as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. He has 2 of that same suit. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
Oh, I just realised there is something we can do. He had already left when Ryunosuke entered along with Shones. Right? Must have, surely. And he's not going to know what transpired in that shop.
And then he scampered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? What did you do?
I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. There.
Hold it!
Hold it! You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's going in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And she wasn't wearing the coat? Oh my god, it did it in black and white for exactly that reason.
And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gav. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gav.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see that the broker and the young girl were standing there.
The defendant.
Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
Then, what did you see next?
We can prove she didn't bring her own gun because she picked up Mr. Windybank's gun off the counter.
The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Hold it! Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocketed girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun.
The broker's gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her all the time.
Objection!
At the time. Objection! But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
I saw blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
Hold it! All over her?
Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark colour. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
They won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
I think we should just try it anyway. Oh, fuck.
What's your failing, Rono?
Much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in this testimony at the moment.
But you have to find a way to break this, man.
And quickly too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing...
It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Jenny's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it. If you hadn't genuinely seen it happen.
He knew there was blood on the coat. Maybe there's blood on his coat then. The other coat. And there's still the issue of him escaping the place, and there's still the issue that I literally said like 10 seconds ago. Oh wait, there's also the issue of Mr. Windybank didn't bleed out of his back. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on?
All I know is it's very unfair. Why would some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too.
Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere.
to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. I think it's going to be a case of you press the last statement and then it's over. I really kind of just want to present this. How the hell could blood spatter all over the girl? I'm not going to waste the staff on nothing, because I think it's just going to be you press it. Oh my fucking god. So bad. So bad. Ah. Hold it! Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Present the gun, man.
Well, where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried just about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. And we can't really argue with the whole picking up a gun randomly, because that's exactly what I did, like, 4 months ago in Chapter 1. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours, truly. I left the clear-up to my lackeys and left. Clear-up?
Well, you'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks it. He's our blooming mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God! Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
You little toe rag. You little toe rag.
But I admit nothing of the sort. After all, you can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you? As expected, he won't admit to anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face. It's not as easy as you thought, is it, to pin a crime on this lapel? It won't stick. Not murder, not treason. Maybe not right now, but you won't be sniggering like that forever. Skip. Thank you.
Hold it!
Oh, is it? No. Did I hear you correctly? Oh, no. I say the second disc and then it stopped.
You little toe rag!
You little toe rag.
Excuse me. Gentlemen.
Something wrong, Sunshine?
That should be my line. You do realise you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, isn't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why, the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down at the station?
Why didn't you?
Oz? Well, you didn't know nothing about it. Oh, that flaming peephole in the door. Oh, that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. Oh, I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey. The way you're looking at me. Oh, I'm telling you, this day gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
No. Oh, no.
My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it. There you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear they were a result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me.
It was actually a stabbing wound.
See? What should I tell you?
Objection! No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from that omnibus case. Objection! Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet now the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was...
Oh, Carl, this is a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? A stereoscope can help to answer that problem pop out, make that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But... we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Piroshkiv to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known this fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord!
My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Ballet thing. Mr. Foreman. And to this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, it should appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt that you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Ugh. I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unravelling on me so fast?
How very distressing.
Oh, no.
Let us engage. How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem.
Oh. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Oh, it is Sholmes. Let me do it again in the Sholmes voice.
It occurs... Let us engage. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes!
What? What is the meaning of this?
We knew this scene would come. We knew that it would arrive.
Order! Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
Let us engage. As well should I. As well I would be, had I not been sent upon an errand.
What errand?
Early, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me... In what manner, sir? Ah, I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer here. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zykes?
This trial has taken me many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defence a mere 5 minutes.
But...
That was a nice bit.
Very well then, Capital, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologise for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now?
Ah, all right, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. Fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Ah, let us think it. Pray forgive me if I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Early, this place is full of idiots. None of them can say how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping.
A leaving present from Miss Usato.
From Miss Usato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favour.
I don't understand. His eyes just bugged out. What the hell?
Miss Usato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, fighting fairly as you wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? This is the reasoning battle theme, right? Oh! What is this? The cat flap maker. What? The fuck? How the hell is this? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I did not expect this to come back. I honestly did not think. What? The window is a cat flap and it didn't exist. Susato put it there. With the gun. Right? What else could we possibly use it for? Oh man, I can't wait to hear Lord Van Sykes' reaction to this contraption. That's going to be hilarious. A toy fitting for such a novice, foolish detective. What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah, the cat flap machine. That is insane. This is insane.
Meow. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper-mat. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Sozy up to?
Miss Usato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
All I can think of is that she made the cat flap in the door. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Shones?
That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Usato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose.
In the door.
That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not. She read the thing. Wait. She did it because of the manuscript. I can only link it to the manuscript. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat last night. But why? Your 5 minutes is over. So it's got some saw blade edges, 2 spots that place the hooks, and I suppose this bit in the middle is just to place the hook on it, because magic gun.
Phew, those vicious teeth look like they can rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so that it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the 2 parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the Clap Flappermat is that it's a grim weapon for door destruction.
Wagahai's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons.
There like some insane like blood or clue on it. That would be like next level. So. We're out of time already.
I'm grateful for you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. The die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defence requests further cross-examination. Time to think. I want to put the wrong answers because this is funny. Oh, is that button there so that you can examine it? It's no good. I need time to think.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
What of Miss Rusato's gracious gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste?
Final piece of...
This is not a time for inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness.
But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point.
I don't think that's what Hurley means, Runo.
Oh, he just solves it for me. Okay.
Have you forgotten where we are in the trial?
Yeah, I mean... He could... I've already said that he couldn't have looked through the door and that... Yeah. Ah!
If the defense has nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the adjudication.
Hold it! Wait, my lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. I want to do that properly, because that felt cheap. I mean, I was obviously going to put it. I kind of... Oh, what would have happened if I clicked that? I gotta know. I've got to know. I have to know what happens if you say summation examination. It's just going to be like, you're wrong. Now it's come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
What of Miss Susanna?
Okay.
Further cross-examination.
Objection!
Objection. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. Objection. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord. There we go.
So nobody can say anything then. If Rono asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it.
Ugh, this is absurd. This is absurd.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in the concluding cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence.
If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? We will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Brother, I leave this in your capable hands. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Jones!
That's brilliant. That's the Sholmes moment right there. Falling down. Hyper dramatically.
I stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris, or the defendant, and I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. You haven't even mentioned the defendant, dude. No. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well, under the terms I have outlined. You may resume the cross-examination.
As much as I love intentionally getting stuff wrong, I'm not going to do it this time. Number 3. Let me just listen to this music. I love that bit.
His lordship is only going to allow me to present one piece of evidence here. But it's clear what that piece of evidence should be.
How in the world did Susie manage to snake off with this without me noticing? And she used it in the pawnbrokery?
Yes, at least that's what Mr. Sholmes said. I was only gone from the place for about 5 minutes when I went after the Skulking brothers. What possible reason could Susato-san have had to use Iris's contraption in that time? Could it be that what she did with the cap flapper mat completely changes one of the key premises this testimony is based on?
I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. The device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all agree. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Way to interrupt the cool music.
Oh,
That cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
Dude, you're telling me that... Oh, wait, no. Okay, that is why there's a curtain in front of the storeroom door. Because before the peephole was made, you couldn't show the scene not having the peephole because it would give it away. Dude, now in hindsight, how dumb is it to have a fucking peephole in the storeroom door? Why did that not even cross me as being weird? At all. Like, I was just like, yeah, sure. Like, in my head, I thought, oh, yeah. While Windybank's putting some stuff in there, the customer can look through it. But then I thought, like, oh, but it's behind the counter. And the other thing, yeah, holy shit, I'm so done.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention. My assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. I looked through the peephole myself, in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What?
Kindly say what you mean.
All right, it's time. Strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. What I mean is this, my lord. Stream is working. Good. Yes. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Objection! This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologise, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony, that appears to incriminate the defendant, is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting a man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, hang on. Hang on. It's not there, is it? You can see that, right? In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection! None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realise. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner. She made one in the courtroom door. Meow. Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak panelling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way that you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapper map creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windybanks are an exact match.
Urgh.
Hey, Selkie's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Because he's going to come out with his final last-ditch effort. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the peephole has the dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case,
When was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Sykes?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Oh my god. How? How did I not see this? I mean, like, it's so subtle, but like... And doing that doesn't let you see it. And that's all I did earlier. Actually, it does, but like... The change in lighting hides it. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What?
Indeed that is so, Lord Van Sykes. Well, Counsel,
Don't give up now, Rono. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this. I know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door at Windybank's story was created after the event, not before.
Take that! What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotaba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counselor.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It is really quite remarkable. Door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies.
Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly...
Good Lord, there's more, Lord Van Sykes.
The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there, at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please, no! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Early always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, the lies you told make no sense. Mate?
Oh, make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection! This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely the third gun. Right? No. He could have figured that out because there's 3 bullets. There's things on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
And let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously, I...
Hold your tongue, witness.
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. I gave them the order to have officers working around the clock, in shifts, so we got through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. And the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Ugh. Objection! And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please? Lord Van Sykes.
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station there to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Admission denied.
Oh, it's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Objection. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have had extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
Take that! The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
Objection! You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our 1 hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would have suddenly been required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realised his position. Then he would have had to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting that the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person who had knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away any details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there?
What would have happened if I didn't excuse me?
I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now you mention it. And the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little towhead, you're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Lord Strongheart ordered it, that he doesn't get involved.
God, this animation is so good. Just I love the like infinite fish and chips. It's just too good. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. Perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Council?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection! It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? Just what are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. The second disc, duh. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. Logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it!
Bruno, do you think it could be...
Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that! Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? Are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the blatant Nora could you?
We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. I fucked that line up, god damn it. You covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this.
Oh, we're taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't. Don't give it to him. That's mine, it is. Mine. That's mine, it is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded is to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were to cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume, because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of that myself. I realised there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the peephole. And it's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
No! Gah!
Objection! If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? He wouldn't just take a promise of the second disc, he would have only taken the second disc in person in itself right now.
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
That's the only time that the yes has been appropriate. I feel like that's why they chose to make it yes instead of sir.
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this man to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
He's hid it. What? He's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you're severely reprimanded. That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Rono because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Nash Skulkin has it. That's why he fought him and tussled with him to slip the disc. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Council. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the Inspector's personal effects?
Yes, the defence formally demands the search to be conducted.
Well,
What? I picked the... Am I stupid? Choice, search someone else. Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Nothing to hide. Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the Inspector's
Objection! The defence demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What?
Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? This court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you.
Be quiet, all of you.
Be quiet, all of you. Runa's done what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Hurley would say the same. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the Defence Counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord.
I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request a search now?
Take that!
Take that! Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never. Hey, blimey, me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Hold it! Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard. Has to object to this search.
Objection!
Objection! Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defence have the authority to object.
But, Lord Van Zykes,
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
bailiff, we have to search.
Yeah, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc.
Cut it out!
Here, my lord. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this.
Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. Oh, I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behaviour for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behaviour?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, hey, didn't know. I thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born of me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down in the station? That's what he said. He held it right down my ear hole. He did. Me head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it. Yo. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. Could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense. Well, now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
He's going to say that Nash Skulkin searched it, which is so... No way is there more. Mr. Graydon! Come on, Inspector. Just admit it, dude.
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection!
Objection! But then... How do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of this is your young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? You admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc.
Ladies and gents of the jury,
He's not going to commit perjury. No way. No way.
as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice.
Yeah, okay, he's not committing perjury, right? He's doing...
So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
Yeah, he knows how to avoid committing perjury. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god, yes! He's done it. He's done it. He's actually done it. He's Oh my... Gregson. He knows how to speak, dude. He knows how... He has a way with words. He didn't commit perjury. He didn't admit to it. But what he did do is convince the jury that Mr. Graydon is the killer.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, Ballything. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathise with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Oh, well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in that detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of highly... Stop.
Detective has really much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now.
No. Yunosuke's just not good enough at English to realise that what he's done is tell them to vote not guilty.
Is Jenny gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Like some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
No.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions now. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence that you have thus far not presented to the court.
I'm not going to present evidence. No way. I believe in the jury. Stu Takumi, yeah. He introduced the jury thing in Apollo Justice. And he made it look like this is a great thing, you know. Look, we took down Christoph Gavin with the jury by avoiding the sort of weirdness of the law. We can rely on the common man to be fair. Stu Takumi knows that I'm going to pick no here, based on the fact that I've played Apollo Justice. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty, right? No, she won't.
Oh, there's no choice then, Rono. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
No, this is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Leave it to the jury.
I can't possibly decide this. I think all I can do is leave it in the jury's capable hands at this stage. No, Runo. Look how far we've come. This is the final stretch. You only need to pick up the most explosive piece of evidence and throw it at the weakest witness. Hard.
Just before you do, you deserve an explosive punishment for that weakest of decisions.
What? Shoot Takumi, man. Shoot Takumi, man. I think that picking that would have been way more epic. It turns around and the jury say not guilty because they've realised that that Gregson's words have a subliminal message in them. Come on. Look, read what he said. Come on, game. Read it again, right? I declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. Come on, Gregson.
This will be the final blow. I need to decide where to place it for myself.
Okay.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon?
We don't have the second disc. I want to present the second disc to Graydon. You can't do it against the inspector. That's just not fair. Can I... wait. We have legitimately not used this the entire trial. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
That's right.
Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing.
This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. The final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal that he clearly struck on the stand.
What? What? Hang on. Hang on.
Is it one of these chemicals?
Fingerprint powder. Scent amplifying solution. What? Oh no, I've done this wrong. I don't know. Oh my god. I actually don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. So let's check the stream's all good. Yes, it is. I've done this wrong. That would do nothing. No. Oh, the reason I did it is because my thought was just play the government secrets. That was my first thought. Just play the government secrets in the courtroom. Because how then can he deny involvement at that point? This is wrong, right? Oh! I just figured it out. I just figured it out. Why this piece of evidence is in the court record. And why I've picked wrong. We're going to present this. We're going to present this to Gregson. We're going to tell him, if you do not admit it, Iris is going to fuck you up. That's it. I think that Iris has more power over the detective than Lord Strongheart does. So what if he completes a little mission, right? So what if he goes back to Lord Strongheart like, "Oh, Mr. Lord Strongheart, I found your disc, sir." Who cares? If the entire yard falls against him because of Iris. This is wrong. I'm going to present this evidence anyway.
Take that!
It's wrong, but
What on earth is this, Counsel?
irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind.
Really, Counsel, at this stage in the proceedings, I would have expected a more considered argument. The defense will be duly penalized.
I deserve those 2 strikes. I deserve them. They only struck the deal at that very last possible moment while they're in the stand. What's more, there's no love lost between them, clearly. It was strictly business.
If you think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes.
Yes, punishable by death.
So I don't think old Silky's going to admit it to either anytime soon, do you?
Yeah. No, but Gregson, on the other hand, he's just refusing to admit what's happened, because he's sworn to secrecy, out of a sense of duty. Oh, Iris is going to give me the bloody hint. Okay, on the record, it is... I figured it out before Iris told me the hint, okay?
I wonder.
I figured it out. I don't want to read it just because I'll read it after I present it, right? I'll read it after I present it because that's pissed me off. That like I had the hint given to me by the game when I knew the answer.
The jury has indicated its readiness to declare its final findings. I urge you to consider this as your own final deed in this trial.
Take that!
What? 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 Maybe I should have read hers. Because he's determined to do his duty. You're going to have to be determined enough to do your duty too. I thought that was so cool. My idea was so cool there. Come on. Fine, I'll read bloody Iris's hint. God damn it. I thought that was such a good idea as well. I have this disc. And Inspector, you are not getting it back unless you bloody admit it. That's all I can think of. I really like the idea of just sort of like threatening him. I know threatening is not cool, but like... nothing to do with it, although we haven't used it the whole time. I'm not gonna run out of lives. I'm not gonna fucking run out of lives. That would be so pathetic. Oh. Fuck. This is now presenting to... sense of duty. So my duty. Okay, maybe the hint... God damn it, why am I relying on this stupid hint? This hint is asking me to present what is my duty. My duty is to defend my client. I need to guilt trip him. I just... This isn't going to work, right? Saying you can't have the disc, that's stupid, right? That's a stupid idea, and it doesn't feel right. It's this. Why am I so bad? It just doesn't feel right. If I present this, it's like relying on his sympathy, which... Oh, this is so dumb. The hint is my duty. My duty is to represent my client and to discover the truth. Okay, I'm gonna process of elimination, and if I'm able to process elimination, I'm presenting this. I really liked this idea though, because we haven't used it the whole time. It's not this. How can this... This has nothing to do with it. This has nothing to do with it. We tried that. That is irrelevant. That is irrelevant. Check. This is half relevant. I feel like the only thing you can say with it is, you'll be in tomorrow's paper. But I don't think that's good enough. Especially since this wasn't good enough. Because if you're going to be in Iris's next book isn't enough, then you're going to be in tomorrow's paper isn't going to be enough either. That has nothing to do with the deal. That has nothing to do with the deal. That has nothing to do with the deal. 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 We have never presented this. And it's irrelevant. The purpose of this being in the court record is because when we were comparing the difference between the two shelf pictures, it asked us to point to a location or to present evidence. Instead of pointing to a location like I did, if you'd have presented the stereoscope, we'd have been fine. This... No, I've already debunked that that's the thing. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This doesn't work.
Take that!
It's wrong, isn't it? It's fucking wrong. Fuck you, game! Ah. What? What? Of course, he'd do anything to follow his orders. Was that in there before? Of course. Oh my god, I didn't fucking read this line. Of course, he'd do anything to follow his orders. So... he'd do anything to follow his orders. Fucking hell, I have to... I can't threaten to play it in front of the court, right? His orders are to keep it hush-hush. So if I threaten to make the court... Come on, that's stupid. It's right, isn't it? Do I present this or this, though? I swear if I present the wrong one and it just doesn't have it, I'm so done. I feel so fucking dumb. Like, I swear it should have been something, like, so esoteric. Like, Iris's notes or fucking... I'm a defense attorney, blah, blah, blah. Please, man. Come on. Fuck you, game.
Take that!
Take that! Yeah. Fuck you, game. Well, I didn't lose a lot of my lives, so I win. Haha. I am not ashamed of myself. I figured it out.
Is that Mr. McGildy's peculiar music box council?
Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc council. Hold it! No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well, it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Objection. Not true, Inspector. The defence has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. I feel so dumb because that was the easiest choice. And I just avoided it because it felt too easy. Or maybe that's just me making stupid excuses. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with this witness?
You're mad. If you're letting that secret information out into the public domain, you're making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiots.
Objection!
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare!
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. This court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zyt! For Pete's sake, stop it!
Objection. But fucking slam. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
Yeah.
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
Nah.
I was so wrong. I didn't read Shutakumi's mind. I feel like I have betrayed myself. This scene is so good though.
Very well. The defence's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defence's request, the court will now listen to this music box. The court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. Hold it! This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
I want to pause it on. As soon as I finish this stream, I'm going back to this point in the stream. What's the time on the stream? Let's see. 3 minutes 7. I'm gonna go back to 3 minutes 7 and translate that Morse code message, because that sounds like something I can waste my time doing. That sounds fun. Let me ask you again then. Oh, okay.
All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up.
Then let me ask you again, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in your pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly as the young Eastern lawyer said. The trial resumed after the recess, and when we were stood here in this stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest that you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, and I told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. Peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape a conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Traitor!
Bailiff, restrain that man! At once!
That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Oh, I despised my life growing up. Those slums. Oh, no. It's him. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
You eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. And now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out. More money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. That's why his cane... The letters on his cane were... Oh, they were AG. Or were they AM? AM. AM. Makes sense. Sherlock's little deduction about the cane. Wow, that was foreshadowing. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Oh, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Game, you're making me do the Irish voice again.
Top of the morning to you. You're a fiend with a queer. You're a fiend with a queer talent. So you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
It was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. And as I was responsible for the inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice.
I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It's the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Wow, he gets a voice.
Look at you, Ashley.
What a... no, different voice.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician's friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this.
Oh,
Fetch my tools, would you? In the loft.
that's how I had him make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
I was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. First involved the first of the two discs, and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal. The exchange of the second disc. Ah, he was trying to bargain it down. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Green. For why it was on the omnibus 2 months ago. Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself.
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
"Aw." It was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. Never knew. Like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him. He never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge?
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed.
Raiden killed him.
That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire.
If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. Oh, Villain Bolshevik, maybe. Gilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Gilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me... Oh! Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
But that policeman who came to tell Mr. McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter. They spelt it wrong. Right? I'm not insane, right? I'm checking this. Because I swear that that's been like... Oh, an imposter with an E is someone who pretends to be someone else. Whoa. Someone who tries to convince you that he's long lost cousin or in order to get an invitation. Whereas an impostor is a person who pretends to be someone else in order to deceive others. Oh, both spellings are correct. Okay. I thought there were two different words then. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered Mr. McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. It was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. Oh, then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man.
What's this? Oh. What's this? Windy Bank's pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. Ye can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend a watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Professor, that's when he learned the word. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery. Oh, I've never heard of a... Oh, fucking hell. I've never heard... Oh, brr. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used quite like that before. In quite that way before. Have ye not, Mr. Creighton? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that he'd taken steps to hide the disc. It would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. It's when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon, 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of Miss McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out from the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, he did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, he redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket.
Because he split the... Oh my god, McGilded used the same trick as him. He copied Graydon's trick. That's interesting. Graydon's trick was to split information into 2 parts and to give them to separate people, or do it at separate times. And McGilded stole that trick. He gave the box to the driver, and the other thing, the coat, to Gina.
The all-important music box was with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I had become nervous. Sure that the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
That's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skalkin brothers. Wow, yeah.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles.
The second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
So, what are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Fortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. So, again, a murder that is absolutely like a murder, but wasn't intentional. Wow. Twice in this game. Insane. It's like Shutakumi doesn't like to have a big bad guy who's just evil. I struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry, sorry tale.
All took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. That's the whole story. That's everything that happened to Windybanks on that wretched night. Check the stream. Oh, it's all good. Wow, dude. Why the fuck is Vilain Bolshevik here, man? That's so weird.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. And yet you did exactly the same fucking thing. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Much like he was born as a pauper and became a communications officer.
Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Green? He's been restrained, my lord, and he's been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. The Garrett squadron is standing by, sir, Balothy. This really is it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff.
Like, I fucked that laugh up.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you've managed to do it. You've finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I wasn't really sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What? Why are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Eh? Oh, I've never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defence, determining that when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah! Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so...
If I may say something on that point.
Isn't that...
If I may say something on that point, it's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that really was Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see.
I understand. Sholmes. He swapped them. He swapped the copy of the first disc with the second disc by some weird Sholmesy bullshit.
So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. Meaningless series of 2 different notes.
What? Can that really be?
It wasn't Morse code after all.
My lord, the defence would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. It's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade,
Yes, yeah, me lord.
that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't say most days betting the slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, That's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
Good one.
that is all. Court is adjourned.
Wow. I don't know what to say. That. Oh, it's the scene I've wanted the whole game. It's the scene I've wanted the whole game. Thank you, Shutakumi. You have blessed me on this blessed day.
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through all the pretense. You saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I'll take it.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hoped to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand.
He knows Kazuma. That's got to be it. Or maybe Mikotoba, maybe Kazuma.
You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Kazuma didn't show up. Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, in my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
That was the scene I've wanted. I'm so happy. I think that is more appropriate than anything that I was imagining. I was imagining that he'd appear outside a court the same way that Edgeworth and Von Karma and Godot and Clavier and presumably, I've never actually played Dual Destinies, and Shilong Lang and Justine Courtney, although those don't count, and fucking hell, Black Quill and Nayuta. The same way that every single one has appeared outside the courtroom. I was expecting that same thing, but that is so much more appropriate for this character. it is so much more appropriate. To see him outside the courtroom in an investigation, it wouldn't have felt right. He's a man of the law. He doesn't, Scotland Yard's job to investigate, and why would he just be strolling around, It's like, he's mysterious, he's not supposed to be around and about. And at the end of the game, he has his scene, and it takes place in the courtroom, just where it should be. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Narrator. You believed in me, right up until the end. You're as odd as your name.
I told about it. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, so... kept a promise, properly.
It's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. The more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Sometimes trusting someone else is, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption.
Pardon the interruption?
Pardon the interruption, but what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here? My dear fellow.
Ah, that voice.
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of this room for an eternity. Ah ha ha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling.
Ah, Mr. Jones.
Ah ha ha, yes, it was me all along, you see.
Poof! I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Oh.
I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
I'm very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts are justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you.
Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Oh, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
You take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes.
And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you, too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the raper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGildet, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, if it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the raper's a bit like I'm upstairs. A bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves that, like that bog trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
No, him upstairs is Shooter Kumi. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, it ain't like McGildeds. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here?
I love the falling over.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room, dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley. You just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going nowhere for don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, what was in his lug, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think that you'll find, basically, being a pickpocket is the main offence.
But diving ain't an offence, it's a job, innit?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for 'em. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. Heh. What is it?
Oh. Wrong sort of laugh.
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Otto?
Yes? You're gonna shoot it and say thank you. What was that for?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny. You guys putting so much pressure on me now has ruined the moment. Right, I see. Well...
Oh.
Thanks, Otto.
Aw.
Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Yay. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
The weather. Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out to Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But, there won't be a train, surely. We can be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. I deduced that this would happen. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
I don't... Hey, detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To land in Victoria.
Dunga, dunga, dunga. Oh man. Shu Takumi knows how to write an ending scene. He really does.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Like, compare this to the Spirit of Justice ending scene. Woo, we saved the nation, and look, Nayuta's acting as the, the consulate to the new queen. Woo, and, oh, look, we have our office, the Apollo law offices. It's like, it's cool. Yeah, I enjoyed the ending of Justice for All, but compare it to this. Also, that's a nice noise. Like, compare it to this. This is just cozy, and I guess that was slightly cozy as well, but I don't know. I feel like it's less corny. Because I remember, like, Apollo got, like, a note, or he wrote a note, or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but that was just a little bit corny compared to this, which is, like, feels very genuine.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Rosie's boat must be about to leave now.
Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Hold it! Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see.
Then tell me.
Oh, then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Having Susato not be there for this case was actually so much better, I think. Just because it just works so much better. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was an encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that.
We gotta tell her that she saved the trial.
I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You're saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Soze? The evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she?
Yeah.
To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Bruno's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun. You see, I could take the cat flabbermat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? Then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winniebank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Bang.
Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door?
As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
When I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that the trial 2 months earlier,
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have been behind the door of a locked room. For someone to have claimed falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah! For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap were there, were it not.
A trap? That's why she did it.
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time I was doing wrong. A criminal offense, even. That is why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
He really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah, just like Kazuma did to her.
Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had knowingly tampered with a crime scene. Been seen to have tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato?
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too. from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful. Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind for sure. But the revelation that the music book's disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
How does she know that? She didn't watch the trial?
Oh, she read the paper. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, what? It wasn't. As a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
I swear, if I was right and it was Sholmes' bullshit, he swapped the discs like a meme lord. That would be incredible.
As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It is quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Asogi was the secret message. Asogi? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. He transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius.
You just ruined my fun, Iris. I was gonna do that myself.
I thought the message probably wouldn't have been written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But however I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I wouldn't have been able to decode it myself anyway. Holy crap.
I don't believe it. Are you sane? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? Do you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
You better translate it right, Susato.
But what could this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes made the colour drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. The British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names?
Oh.
The first is Kazuma Asogi, or Kei Asogi.
It's gonna be, one of them's gonna be Van Dyke's friend, one of them might be me or Susato.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second, A. Shin. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregorson. Oh. A. Sheen. Sheen. Not Shomes. A. Sheen. The third is T. Gregorson. Gregson?
Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson.
What?
Wilson? John?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. We're gonna tell her about her first case. Are we actually gonna do it right now? That's a bit. Then, after these 4 names... The sign of the 4. The 4 names. The sign of the 4. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. That is all 4. Kazuma Asogi, A. Sheen, Tobias Gregson. Well, wait a second. Kazuma Asogi, A. Sheen, Tobias Gregson, J. Wilson, John Wilson. That was the motive for the first case. Oh my god, I just realized what the message means. It's a list of people to assassinate. A. Sheen? No idea. Kazuma Asogi was assassinated ? Is still... I'm still not convinced that it was an accident. A. Sheen, who knows? Tobias Gregson, he's on the chopping block. And J. Wilson... Wow. I just can't believe it! Who would ever have thought those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from?
Oh, well...
No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's amongst them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumei University. So we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. It's so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship. First to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
Dunkirk.
You're really going then, Soze?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato, I had hoped to have always had you by my side, to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Soze? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. Promise? About your manuscript? Ah.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Soze. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Burya, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep, no? If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that.
What? That wasn't the first time I met you.
Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ding!
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It's caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
Really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato,
You love defending yourself in court. Huh?
We always have to have this scene.
It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify.
Huh?
He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes.
Yes.
A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use. Here. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say... Objection! Oh, the credit scene. I'm going to try and speak fast. If I forget the voices, I'm sorry. Shu Takumi. The mad lad himself.
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale, with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance by comparison. Kazuya Nuri.
Ah, I haven't slept a wink. The manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Music by Yasumasa Kitagawa and Maeba. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do combined coins hide under rare states themselves.
Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father is an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Shinsuke Kodama and Takashi Ito. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. Oh, I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wang Hao's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board, and suddenly it's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Yoichiro Ikera and Atsushi Jori, Kazuhiro Nakata and Ryu... I missed it.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
Tomohiko Osumi, the lead modeler. He's done a good job. Harashi Noyama and Takahiro... Oh, I missed it.
The latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame.
Shinji Kaminaguchi. Akiko Shibata, Yoshihiro Tamura, and Masaya somebody.
Well, I think. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling those badly stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hoping the gossiping neighbours don't realise the man in the house is his own maid. Well, I think.
Ishin Sakurai. Tomoko Takahashi, Shinya Uwashima. Where's Janet Shu?
My Rowley's back in the beat again. All thanks to the raper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out to small change in the go. I'm a better Bobby now. Looking over Londoners, they drop halfpennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. How rolling.
Nikako Kobayashi. No error. The visual effects were just everything about the design of this game. Minus like the couple of complaints I had along the way, which were trivial.
Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes down every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases and what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. No. Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. Regrets, please.
Get over it, bruv. This ain't the Ash we used to know. We've got time here to play with the gunboat and Milverton and Skelton's Milkman, right?
The three Mr. Watsons.
Making the neighbourhood for all it's worth.
Yoshiki Sando. Yoshinori Koike.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. For now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Is Naruhodo himself going to be in the credits? Please? That'd be fun. And unusual. Oh. Colour in the... No. Colour in the eye. Oh, it's the photo. Yay. Yay. What a brilliant game. Oh! Wait, there's no Asogi in the credits. Now there is. This is for the localization, I guess. So this is going to have Janetsu. Mark Ota, Bradley Clarkson. Bradley Clarkson, he sounds fun. Rina Takasaki. Claire Morgan, Robert Vernon, Ben Deary. Narrator. Ah, the narrator is fun. Nice, I enjoyed that. Some more voice actors. Kazu gonna walk through me with this case too?
Yes, I am a Russian man. Stroganoff. Beef stroganoff.
That was a fun voice.
Beef stroganoff.
Aww.
Yet, I did nothing. I totally was not hired by Russian government to assassinate him. I swear.
How's he gonna put the armband on? Where's the armband? I'm watching for the armband. No. Oh. Uh-huh. Very clever. Very clever, Capcom. An immediate... Oh. No armband. Oh, there is the armband. Yeah. I don't think I did the Strongheart voice right in the credits. But I thought actually the voice I did in the credits for him was actually better than my normal voice for him. Variety of bailiffs. I don't understand the joke of him turning his head to the side. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe his face is like, Magnus me killed it. That was a fun voice as well. Totally didn't get tired of doing it and feel like I'm doing it wrong. I guess it is pretty fun though. Oh, and Janet Sue, there she is.
Mr. Naruhodo. You not like the Sherlock Holmes voice? Indeed. It was an elementary deduction, my dear fellow. Scotland Yard. I just want to eat my chips and salute you.
Rowley.
Bally thing. That was a fun voice once I got used to it. The bally thing. Oh, I'm innocent, I swear. I would have appreciated him more if I understood the history at the start of the case.
Iris Wilson. Sharpshooter.
My Nipponese friend. I shall slam my foot onto this desk. Hello, my Nipponese friend, and the great detective, alongside the judicial assistant and the little girl. I shan't be joining you on your little escapade through the walking. I never leave the courtroom. I live in the courtroom, you fool. Is she gonna join us? Come on. No. I've been missing the credits just watching the like. Oh, I missed the. And they come to the stop in the middle of the screen. 3, 2, 1. Start to slow down, guys. There you go. Right on cue. Wow. Six years to be localized. 6 years. There we go. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. So we've got all this. There we go, that's the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. And what fun it was. I just want to hear the line. I want to hear some, where is it? Oh.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the
Sherlock
name.
Holmes, say.
The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such.
I might try and incorporate that tone into his voice if he reappears. Which I think he does. I've seen the soundtrack for 2. Meh. I've tried to avoid it as much as I can, but this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? The god of detection or some such.
This has gone on long
This
enough
has gone
now.
on long enough
This
now.
flagrant
This
ignorance of the
flagrant
mechanics
ignorance.
of law. Sherlock Holmes,
Holmes, you say?
Yes, I've heard
Yes,
the name.
I've heard the name.
The protagonist
The
in a series of
protagonist in a
short
series of
stories for the
short
vulgar
stories for the
classes.
vulgar classes.
A god,
A god
of detection or some such.
Yeah. Oh, this is the line. This line is got to be one of the best lines.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
How can the jury believe in this stupid fucking Sholmes technology?
Objection!
Objection.
Objection!
Objection! Maybe I should fix his voice in the next game, because he's going to appear in a few reminiscences, surely.
Iris Wilson is proud to present.
Iris Wilson is proud
God,
to present
I could never
her
be that high.
logic and reasoning spectacular.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular.
It would hurt my voice to do that all the time.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular.
It's her objection.
Objection!
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 Objection. Objection.
Now, let us engage in the art of deduction.
The art of deduction,
Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo.
So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present
His logic and reasoning spectacular. I'm a great British consulting detective, the only one in the world.
Sherlock Holmes. I presume
You
you
must
must
have heard of me.
It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close.
Oh. Yeah. I can't listen to this because it's from the second game. And that's that. Yeah, man, I'm gonna do the escapades. I think these are intended for like, oh, you finish the first chapter, this will feel right. Second chapter, third chapter, fourth chapter, fifth chapter. I might do these before I do the second game. That seems appropriate. And also, I didn't think I would like to change these at first, but I think this one is appropriate now, at least. But I'll leave it like that for now. Well, with no further delay, after 4 hours and 43 minutes, I'm